Welcome to Twin Cities. Are you ready? Please welcome comedian, activist, co-creator of The Daily Show, and founder of Abortion Access Front, Minnesota's own Liz Winstead.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Minnesota! You know how to show up and show out. Are you so proud of yourselves? Please take a moment to be proud of yourselves, because we are here to do a lot of things today, to celebrate our work, to figure out how we continue to work, and then to be celebrated ourselves. So please, I hope you are ready. So I don't know if you know this or not, but we are the flagship rally of No King's Day, simply because we showed the world how you do it, y'all! Why did they ever think they would mess with Minnesotans? I have no idea, because we are all from here, know here, have been here. And anybody who is from, look, let's be honest about ourselves. We are not the most welcoming in the best of times when people move here, right? You've had people move here because they got a job at Best Buy, and it's like, it's going to take you about 15 years to actually tell them your middle name. You really want to trust them. So when thugs show up wearing Carhartt, doing bad, we are like, oh, hell no. Goodbye. We do it with humor. We do it with rage. We also do it with tedium, which I love. You know, Minnesotans will be like, we don't like you here. We don't like you here. We don't like you here. You know, just the repetitive nature alone should have chased them out. But we are here because we know what ICE can do, but we are under attack from all sides. So many issues. I work on reproductive and abortion rights. I know. As we speak right now, Josh Hawley, the tallest ghoul in the Senate, along with the FDA, are trying to use bunk studies to remove access to medication abortion. And let me tell you what, it's scary. I actually was thinking this morning, maybe we should rename the uterus ICE so it could have absolute immunity. But I'm so proud of you. You chased out of this state pure evil. You chased them out. You chased out the fun-sized fascist Greg Bovino. You chased out that evil Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is so evil, I'm starting to think that her dog took his own life. Just couldn't take it. Is this my future? I need to get out. I'm taking the goat with me. All right. I am here simply to introduce some of the finest people I know. People who have worked hard, people who have worked hard organizing here, musicians who are using their art to really fight against fascism. So today's about healing, joy, regenerating to continue to fight the work, and getting marching orders as we move ahead. And so, our first marching order, get out your phones. Get out your phones, because I'm going to say this a couple of times throughout this block. So, I want you to text the word VOTE to 30319. What that will do is you're going to get plugged into the Election Protection Network, which is so crucial. And they'll call on you to monitor polling places, report voter suppression, and show up when it matters most, because democracy doesn't defend itself, but together we will. So, are you ready for some fun and for some inspiration? Let's get to it. First up, the dynamic chamber ensemble from the incredible Twin Cities Gay Men's Chorus, directed by Gerald Gurris, is Borealis. They're going to set our day with a song about struggle, resilience, and victory. The story of Minnesota, not over the last few months, but over the last year, and the story of who we are. Please welcome Borealis. Next, an incredible duo with a song that has a message that is as old as time and is more important than ever. And quite frankly, the lyrics should be tattooed on our foreheads. Please welcome Kashimana and Thomasina Petrus.
Oh, we love you, Fonda! Yes! Love Minnesota! I'm Thomasina. I'm Kashimana. And this song is for each and every one of us and those who are contemplating becoming each and every one of us. This is Don't Buy the Lie. Y'all ready? Don't understand why you want me drinking. Oh no, I got my head in my hands. Oh, you got me fussing. 'Cause you done upped up my plans. Now you got me cussing. Tell me why you want me naked? Why you want me bruised? Why you want me frightened? Hopeless and confused. Don't buy the lie. It's gonna cost you too. When they hurt me, they hurt you. We're all connected. Can't you see? None of us are free till all of us are free. You don't care who I am. You don't wanna know me. You just wanna cause harm. Told the world you'd show me. You ignore what is true. Rather be blind than see me. But the shame is on you. 'Cause you can never own what's always been free. So afraid of face it. So afraid of truth. Motherlessness and hatred. What's this world coming to? Don't buy the lie. It's gonna cost you too. 'Cause when they hurt me, yeah, they hurt you. We're all connected. Oh yeah, can't you see? None of us are free. No, no, till all of us are free. I hold my heart in my hands, dreaming of what could be. A world with no violence, no one's going hungry. No, no, no one's in addictions. No one's dying young. No, every life is sacred, more sacred than your gun. Don't buy the lie. It's gonna cost you too. 'Cause when they hurt me, yeah, they hurt you. We're all connected. Oh yeah, can't you see? None of us are free. No, no, till all of us are free. None of us are free. till all of us are free. Now you say it with us. None of us are free. Oh, till all of us are free. One more time. Yeah. None of us are free. Oh, till all of us are free. Gratitude, Minnesota! Thank you. Kashimana and Thomasina sending love.
Keep it going. We just have to extend that just a little bit more for Kashimana and Thomasina. Let's have it. What's the phrase? None of us are free till. Once more. None of us are free till. Once more. None of us are free till. You take direction so well. I love it. Now, again, just a reminder, I'm going to keep saying this throughout the course of the thing. If you did not hear me the first time, pull out your phones. I need you to text the word vote to 30319 because every single person here today needs to be participating to make sure that our elections are not suppressed, people get to vote, and that in November, everybody who is voting is going to be able to make the change that we desperately want to see. You with me? Okay, you have several chances, and then I'm going to say it at the end also. So I really am counting on them getting flooded with texts. I'm depending on you. I trust you. Are you people my friends? Okay, I love that about you. All right, something that we know about our fair state is that music, and I'm going to also say comedy, is part of the resistance in a way that only Minnesotans know how to do it. From showing up joyfully with music to, let's say, hurling back massagers at ICE. We know how to show up. And this next act is one of the many musical acts who've responded to the ICE invasion with not by just writing songs, but by pivoting their energy toward their new mutual aid project called Spring is Coming. So please welcome Secret Rivers.
Hello, 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 check, check, check. Shout out to the sound people. Shout out to Copal, Unidos, Monarca, Immigrant Defense Network, Release Minnesota 8, Mirac, all the frontline organizers. Doing good? I need a sec. Yeah, best thing we can do on a day like this is have it be the first step, not the last step. Find those frontline organizers, find those organizers who are showing up every day in our neighborhoods, join them, find ways to join them. I know y'all know that already, but it's important to say as we get set up here. But we are Secret Rivers. The album is called Spring is Coming. The song is called Worthy of the Stone. Thank you for that. There we go.
Live from St. Paul!
We are now going to engage you in some call and response.
In Minnesota, we show up for each other, we defend each other, we hold the line. But we don't just hold the line, we're also trying to push the lines forward. We're trying to build the world we want to live in. So the lyric here is very simple. When we say push the lines, we're asking you to say forward. Can we try that? Push the lines. Push the lines. Push the lines.
In Minnesota, we don't need to be nice. We can get salty on the streets and de-ice. Get out and observe, be cautious and learn. We melt ice with the salt of the earth. Yes, in Minnesota, we don't need to be nice. We can get salty on the streets and de-ice. Get out and observe, be cautious and learn. We melt ice with the salt of the earth. Yes.
Yeah, push the lines. No kings, no bigots, no borders. Bootlickers should have listened when they told you. One does not simply walk into Minnesota. Behind the tear gas, the guns, the balaclavas, and the masks, they're scared of you. Scared of canned food and potlucks. Scared of whistles. Scared because they can't stop us. Scared of immigrants, black people, trans people. Scared of anyone who won't buy what they're selling. Everyone I love is a threat to power. In a country full of cowards, being brave is rebellion. No magic and no mystery. Just fighting stubbornness until it's victory. Signal chat, hot hands, Venmo, whistle team. A cold winter, but we're not the ones shivering.
An injury to one is an injury to all.
Understand me? They step up to your cousin, you run and go get your family. So when your city is green lit, you got every block rising up, climbing up that double helix. Clock in, no quitting time. The only border we respect is the picket line. Rent strike, general strike, wildcat, strike a match. Power to the people every single time. Push the lines
forward.
They can never control.
Push the lines forward.
What they don't understand.
Push the lines forward.
Slipping through their fingers like sand.
Push the lines forward.
And I don't believe in much.
Push the lines forward.
But I believe in us.
Push the lines forward.
In the sunless space, never ready, but we're ready. When we're worthy of the stone, less light, more heavy.
Get your head right.
Push the lines forward.
Get your heart right.
Push the lines forward.
Look what we create. This is another waveline.
Push the lines.
Get your head right.
Push the lines.
Get your heart right.
Push the lines.
Look what we create. This is another waveline.
See more perspective.
Rebellions are built on hope, cause action follows, draws on and inspires our tomorrows. I am the Kyber superconductor, laser focus through your conductors. No band leader, just rock with the orchestra, or else we're ghosts. Hasta la próxima, phantom medicine, when they be fencing in everywhere at once, because we are the best they're in. New definition of la raza cósmica, span the firmament to shine a glow on y'all. Save the world before we need to save the galaxies. Odds are half full, half let's see.
Authority is brittle.
We got the tools. We are the fuel. We planted the seeds, tended the trees. Growing toward a sunrise we may yet see. There is only one way out. Stone and sky, you're coming home to yourself, so run wild. There is only one way out. The deadlift us, you're coming home to yourself. Get your head
Make
right.
some noise, St. Paul.
Get your head right.
Everywhere, everywhere.
Look what we create. This is another waveline.
Push the lines.
Get your head right.
Push the lines.
Get your heart right.
Push the lines.
Look what we create. This is another waveline.
All right, last one. Push the lines. Push the lines. Push the lines. Push the lines.
Spring is coming.
Keep it going for Secret Rivers! Also, just because they're even more amazing than you thought, 100% of the proceeds from Spring is Coming goes to Neighbors Helping Neighbors for Twin Cities ICE Relief Fund. So we don't know how to do it without helping. We don't know how to do it. It's amazing. For how many of you is this your third rally? How many of you this is your second rally? How many of you this is your first rally? Incredible. From my vantage point, I'm staring and there are people, it seems to be almost all the way back to the cathedral. I just want to also give a shout out to those who making a journey like this today. They have different abilities and this is hard. So the folks in the ADA section, a double thank you to you for coming out and understanding that your voices are as important as those who have the abilities to march. Let's give folks a round of applause for that. Because again, Minnesotans know how to take care of our own. And when I say our own, I do not mean we exclude anyone. No one's rights are on the chopping block. We have to make that commitment to ourselves, that we will stand with our whole chest, no matter who's under attack, whether that's black folks, brown folks, immigrants, queer folks, and trans folks. And our next performer is somebody who's been an activist in all those spaces, but especially for the transgender community since the go-go 80s, and was one of our first out trans performers in the country, and also somebody who I'm sort of starstruck. Hopefully I get to meet you after because I love your work. She's a glam punk rock musician who's paved the way for so many with her amazing courage and her incredible voice. And as the trans community is now facing unprecedented attacks, she knows that if we can change the world, the only way we can do it is if we all do it together. So please welcome the incredible Venus de Mars.
Take my hand, take my shoulder. I understand. I can hold you. I know you can. You're something bolder. There is no plan, and it's getting colder. Oh, my brother, see my sister. There are no others. There is no difference. I could be you. You could be me. We struggle onwards and desperately. There's too much fear. There's too much hardness. There's too much fear. It's never farthest. Stop your hate. Stop your gun. Stop your fighting. We are one. Hold me, sister, hold me. Hold me, brother, hold me. Hold me, father, hold me. Hold me, mother, hold me. Hold me, Father, hold me. Hold me, Mother, hold me. Hold me, sister, hold me. Hold me, brother, hold me. Hold me, Father, hold me. Hold me, Mother, hold me. Hold me, sister, hold me. Hold me, brother, hold me. Hold me, Father, hold me. Hold me, Mother. Carry me. I'll carry you. We could be stronger. We could be true. Make me wise. Make me breathe. Make me feel you. Make me grieve. Thank you. Be strong, everybody. Be brave. We'll get through this.
Venus and Mars! So, apparently everybody wanted to be here today on planet Earth and couldn't be. So, one such human decided to record a love letter to our fair state. So look at your video monitors as a person not known for sending love letters is about to send us one.
Hello, Minnesota. Every morning when I get up, I reach for my phone to look at the headlines of the day. And for some time now, I start every morning depressed about the latest outrage from our would-be king. I mean, it's amazing. Every fucking day, there's something new and crazy. But it's different on this day because all over the country, in cities and towns and factories and on farms, north, south, east, west, millions of us are coming together to declare no kings. It is indeed a beautiful, hopeful day in the United States of America. And you, Minnesota, are at the epicenter. It is your courage and your commitment that have inspired all of us. You have shown the power of nonviolent protest. You have shown bravery in the face of armed attack by government thugs. And you stood together and ran them out of town. Toast yourselves, pat yourselves on the back, take a bow, but don't take a break. Because today and everything that has gone before is just a start, a rehearsal for the big show that's coming. You know the arrogant would-be king is absolutely scared to death about losing his power and will do everything he can to hold on to it without regard to legality, morality, humanity, nothing. We will face greater challenges down the road. For everything you've done, thank you. And now expect to be asked to do more. I know you will answer the call. Thank you.
Bobby D. Like he took time out from putting a body in the trunk to say Minnesota doing a great job. Like I feel like we're winning at life. Are you having fun? Are you fired up? Say yeah! Are you ready to continue the work? Say hell yeah! Hell yeah! Are you ready to get new marching orders and run with them? Say hell to the yeah! Hell to the yeah! Very good. Okay, you know what I'm going to say now? Every time I give you a little of that, pull out your phones. People, I need to know. I need to get a text from Wintana that said she was flooded with people texting. So I need you to text the word vote to 30319 so that we can be literally monitoring and ensuring that we have fair elections. Because if everybody gets to vote, We can turn this shit bath around. There, I swore. It's my one swear. And now, oh my God, one of my favorite performers with the greatest story of anybody. So, a few years back, when Pete Seeger was told that Larry Long was often referred to as the Pete Seeger of Minnesota, Pete Seeger kind of laughed and said, you know, I'd be proud to be known as the Larry Long of New York. So please welcome, with special guests, Jacqueline Oltan, Joe Savage, and Thomasita Petrus, the Minnesota treasure, also known as Larry Long. Larry, take it.
Minnesota! Repeat after me, Minnesota!
Minnesota!
My home!
My home!
Minnesota!
Minnesota!
My home!
My home!
I've never been more proud than now to be a Minnesotan.
Yeah!
In our Longfellow community on the south side of Minneapolis, our neighbors throughout the surge have been bringing food to families that are sheltered, driving children to school, getting them home safely, and protecting them with whistles and observances. Minnesota.
Yeah.
Our forefathers and foremothers fought to defeat fascism, and now it's up to us. Beneath your coat and too long tie, there's a burning cross you can't hide. Instead of bridges, you build walls, all for you and none for all. It's white sheets in the White House, everybody's singing shout. White sheets in the White House, time to drive them white sheets out. Yeah, oh yeah. Just like your father, everybody knows, dividing us on racial lines with your old friend Jim Crow.
Oh, no, yeah. Oh, yeah.
White sheets in the White House, everybody screaming shout. White sheets in the White House, time to drive them white sheets out. Drive them out. If you lie long enough and big enough, it's true. As you know, you have shown, some will follow you. Now you've got them terrorized, afraid we'll be occupied by someone darker than you, a migrant Muslim, you know who. Help me out here, here we go.
Yeah. Oh,
it's white sheets in the White House, everybody's screaming shout. White sheets in the White House, time to drive them white sheets out.
drive 'em out.
Tell me where were your soldiers down in Charlottesville when those neo-Nazis marched and that brave woman got killed?
Oh no, no, no.
It's white sheets in the White House. Everybody's screaming, shout. White sheets in the White House.
Time to drive them white sheets out.
Emotions are rising. Fires raging on the hill.
Fires raging.
The rich keep getting tax cuts while we foot the bill.
Oh, no more. No, no, no more. No more. No, no.
Let's build a wall around you. Make you pay for it too. We will be great again on the day when your term is through. It's white sheets in the White House. Everybody's screaming, shout. White sheets in the White House.
Time to drive them white sheets out. Time to drive them white sheets out. Come on, y'all! Time to drive them white sheets out. Time to drive them white sheets out.
Minnesota! 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 Thomasina Petrus, Jacqueline Alton, Joe Savage. Thank you.
Larry Long! So, something that I believe to be 100% true is sometimes the power of silence. And in a group this large, as we celebrate the work we've done here, talking about ICE, I would love if we could have in this massive group just a moment of silence for some of the folks, and I can't remember all of them, so I'll say as many as I can remember, who have fallen victims to this regime. The people who have been horrifically targeted by ICE, the people who have been horrifically targeted by law enforcement, the people who have been horrifically targeted by Netanyahu and Trump and their goons, the people of Palestine, the people of Iran. Let's just take a moment of silence to show them that 500, whatever the heck is here, can take a moment to internalize and send vibes to those who have been harmed. And that is why Minnesota is great. Thank you for taking that time, and thank you for recognizing those that we're fighting for. I just thought that moment of silence might be a nice little way to introduce our next person who's coming to the stage, who is a traditional healer, a singer, and a member of the Ojibwe Nation. And her performance today is a healing song that she wrote 10 years ago in the Ojibwe language, and it holds really special meaning because it's the first time that it's being performed for the public outside of an indigenous community. So you are in for something special. It is really an honor to welcome Doreen Day Wobanukwe. My bad. Doreen's coming up shortly, so until that happens, how are we all doing? Do we have after plans, march, drinks? Where should we go? What? Let's make a plan, you guys. I don't know. What are we doing? Okay, great. Oh, I see. Okay, it's different. I'm sorry. Look at me making a mistake. You know what? That's on me. But you were all great, and we're coming back. So let's do it. Okay. All right. I'm just moving along then to my speech. Are you ready? Change of plans. The cast of Hamilton. No, I'm kidding. Oh, I'm reading this all wrong. So often, we have so many tireless legal advocates defending us as we fight for our civil and constitutional rights. And there is no organization that fights more tirelessly than the ACLU and the ACLU of Minnesota. So it is my great privilege to welcome to the stage the Executive Director of the ACLU of Minnesota. Please welcome Dee Binder-Mayo!
All right. Thank you, thank you. How we fight and how we lead will dictate the world that we create. I will say that again. How we fight and how we lead will dictate the world that we create. For 100 years, the ACLU has fought to protect our rights to free speech, our rights to equal protection, our rights to due process, regardless of the party in power, and we are proud to have filed over 200 legal actions against the Trump administration. And we remember here in Minnesota just a few short months ago when we found ourselves in the center of a storm once again. Amidst the discriminatory arrests and assaults, the targeting of our neighbors and our leaders, the racial profiling, and the unprecedented abuse of executive authority, while the world watched, Minnesotans did not waver. Minnesotans did not hesitate. Minnesotans did not capitulate. No, Minnesotans held their ground and showed the world what the words "we the people" really mean. Minnesota, because of the way you led, you have carved new ground that will forever be part of this nation's legacy. Minnesota, because of the way you led, you showed the world that control and uniformity is not power. Unity is power. Unity is power. And the unity of diverse voices is one of the most powerful forces in American history. And that is why it is more important than ever that we continue to push. We continue to keep the pressure up. We continue to fight. The ACLU will not stop because we know you won't stop either. Because we the people will not be silenced. We the people will not be intimidated. We the people will not trade away our rights. We're going to keep going forward, and we are going to fight for all of our rights, for all of us. All of us. All of us. Thank you.
Keep it going! Okay, back on track. Feeling good. Our next guest is an Ojibwe poet enrolled at Turtle Mountain and the inaugural Poet Laureate of Minneapolis. As curator, editor, and teacher, she edited New Poets of Native Nations and co-edited the 2025 publication Boundless: Abundance in Native American Art and Literature. Please welcome Heid Erdrich.
Bonjour and Danawe Maganadok. Bujunish Anishinaabe Dok. I am not Wabanakwe Doreen Day, but I am a proud Anishinaabe Kwe, and I am going to read to you from my current project, a crowdsourced poem on justice. The Twin Cities are home to the best poets in the English language, the Dakota language, the Anishinaabe language, to Somali language, and more. In the past months, poets here have spoken truth to power, and like so many of us, poets pack boxes of groceries, give rides, cover rent. Maybe a few of us threw dildos at the Whipple building. Poets have protected and observed and shared their words to raise funds. One poet stood up and was struck down. Hold steady. The words of poets are marching through these days. Gwendolyn Brooks' words, hand-printed on a poster. We are each other's business. We are each other's magnitude and bond. Found that day, our collective breath made a cloud in sub-zero Minneapolis on a march. Pushed to the ground and bound in plastic handcuffs by the soldiers of the state, Lakota poet and activist John Trudell's words march from 1981 through me to you. Little did they understand, he said, squatting down on the ground, they placed me with my power. The words of poets are marching with us in these days, and the crushing beat of a poet silenced too. When a young person asks me, what do we do? I tell them, hold steady. Steady, my beloveds. Touch the ground you come from or came to. Ground our power in Earth's love of us. Let her rock us while we hold steady. When we must move, then we must march. March steady until it's just us. This has been a poetry service announcement.
Keep it going for Heid, Erdrich! You know, one thing that doesn't get mentioned enough when we talk about Minnesota and our resilience and what we do is the fact that not only do we think of everything, the second we hear that there's something in a place that needs to get filled or a space that needs help, we don't say, that's not the thing I want to do. We just show up in the right clothes and we do it. And I just want, since there's cameras here and the nation is watching the stream, I want people to know that if you want to act like Minnesota, or you think, Minnesota's a model, what can I do? Well, you can check your ego about what you want to do and listen to the leadership, and when they tell you what they need done, you do that. And you pay enough attention to the amazing organizers who've been on the ground, who actually have the information, who've already done the work, instead of starting your own. Oftentimes when you're like, who's doing it? It's like someone. You just need to learn who, and then you need to be the pack mule in the fight that they have been doing and organizing, because let me tell you what we need is pack mules, because there's brilliant minds and brilliant leaders in this community who oftentimes are putting up the folding chairs when they should be literally strategizing, because that's their strong suit. So be the folding chairs people, be the I'll bring donuts people for the brilliant minds who are actually making this train run. And on that note, I'm going to bring up some really brilliant minds who helped organize this entire day across the country and the world. They are tireless humans. Some I have met just recently and I so admire. Some I've met today. Some whose work I've admired from afar. But you're so lucky to have them here today to speak to you about what you've done, and more importantly, where we need to go and what we need to do. So remember what I said just 2 seconds ago about when they tell you, do that. Do that thing. So please welcome to the stage the organizers of this incredible movement. Oh my gosh, wind. Sorry. Co-executive directors of Indivisible, Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin. The 5051 National Coordinator, Sarah Parker. Executive Director of Move On, Katie Bethel. And President of Public Citizen, Rob Weissman. Bring them up, everybody! Put that up a little bit. My name is Sarah Parker, and I am the Executive Director of Voices of Florida Fund and a National Coordinator of 5051. I am honored to be here among heroes, and I mean you, the locals standing in front of me today. I want to use this moment to honor you, every single one of you who took part in the resistance in any small way. You are the heroes in this story. You turned the cameras back on them, and you put your life on the line. Across the country, people are building power. People are building community. And every time this administration swings, we will grow stronger. Every time our neighbors are kidnapped by masked men, we will grow bigger. And every time they think we are losing hope, we will become more determined. We are the linchpin in our democracy. No Kings is calling for people just like you across the country to continue to build local power and those networks, to protect your neighbors and stand up and fight back. If there's anything I've learned living in Florida, you can't cede a damn inch to this authoritarian administration and to a man who has an ego of a king and the temperament of a child. We will not give in. We will not give up. They tried to control the narrative, and we are taking it back. The truth is immutable. We were never the villains in this story. They have always been. We demand accountability. We demand an end to reckless masked men terrorizing our neighborhoods. We demand an end to abortion bans. We demand justice and peace for our Black, brown, and LGBTQIA communities. And we demand free and fair elections. And right now, we demand an end to this reckless, illegal
to be here because Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota, you show up. When times get up, by your example, there are millions of people who need to hear from you what we do when tyrants speak up. What do? We show up. I want to hear you say it. Show up. Minnesota knows what we need to do, and we need to tell the nation right now, because there are people who feel helpless. There are people who feel scared. There are people who feel like showing up doesn't make a difference. But you know all of this matters. You know, what do we do when they try to trample our rights? What do? We show up. When they try to steal the election, what are we going to do? When they declare illegal wars, what do? Now, I want to tell you about some people who are showing up right now today for this No Kings community. There are thousands of volunteers who have given tens of thousands of hours to be safety officers, marshals, who are making sure that our events today reflect the peaceful democracy of harmony and love that we want to see in America today. I want them to hear you coast to coast. Thank you, volunteers, for all you're doing to make No Kings happen. Thank you for showing up.
Brothers and sisters and friends, my name is Rob Weissman. I'm with Public Citizen. You beautiful and heroic people showed our country and reminded the world that the opposite of authoritarianism is not just justice and democracy and freedom. It's also solidarity and community and love and neighbors. And persistence. And now, as we rally here, 100,000 or more strong and across the nation in the largest day of protest in American history, we have to persist. We have to persist to end this illegal, unconstitutional, and devastating war on Iran, and make sure that Congress does not give a penny more to pay for or extend this war. We have to persist to make sure we have free and fair elections, that everyone can vote, and that all the votes are counted. And we have to persist to win our yes agenda. Yes to health care for all. Yes to tax the rich. Yes to the clean energy revolution. Yes to overturn Citizens United. Yes for a living wage. Yes to make sure every person has the right to organize into a union. Yes to make sure there is equality for every human being living in the United States, whatever their status, whatever language they speak, whatever their gender. Now say this with me, my friends. Say this with me. No kings, no ice, no war. Democracy is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. Justice is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. Health care and human rights and dignity and freedom and love and peace is what we're fighting for. No kings, no ice, no war. No kings, no ice, no war. No kings, no ice, no war. Thank you. You're beautiful.
Hi, Minnesota. It is incredible to be here with you today. I'm Leah.
Hey, and I'm Leah's husband, Ezra. This is our wedding anniversary.
And we are proud to support a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups across the country building power on their home turf, including the incredible groups of Minnesota. Now, today is historic. We are seeing 3,300 protests across every state and congressional district in America standing up to say we have no king. But Minnesota, of all people, you know that it takes more than one day of protest to defeat fascism. It is going to take relentless, determined, creative organizing to protect our neighbors and to stand for our rights. The nation learned that from you. We learned it from every Minnesotan who stood up to protect their neighbors. We learned it from everyone who went out after the shootings, the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, from everyone who came out after the murder of Melissa Hortman, to say that fear won't win, hate won't win, that in Minnesota you protect your neighbors and you stand up for democracy. Woo. Now, if there is anything we know about would-be dictators, it is that when they start to lose their grip, they get even more dangerous. They escalate, they invade, they attack. Donald Trump is facing down a midterm election that he knows he is going to lose because people hate this mad king business. Woo. And so what is he going to do? He's going to try to steal it. But he's going to fail because we are going to stop him.
That's right.
Woo. So for the 100,000 Twin Cities residents in the crowd right now, we have an ask to share on behalf of our friends at Indivisible Twin Cities. Text pledge 30319. Text pledge to 30319 to take the Pledge of Resistance with Indivisible Twin Cities and say you're ready to show up and mobilize in the event of election sabotage. Woo. Ah.
Sorry, folks, I'm back. This is the largest protest in Minnesota history. Good job, everybody. Now, if you know anything about Indivisible, we have a real bias towards action. So we're going to give you some actions. Leah just gave you one action for everybody in the Twin Cities. There are millions of people watching now. And for the millions of people around the country, around the globe, we've got to work in concert with the Minnesotans. When Trump tries to sabotage the midterms, we need to match the depth of the organizing that we've seen here in Minnesota with the breadth of the organizing we're seeing all over the world for No Kings 3. So what does that mean? Let's get specific. I want everybody here to put this on your calendar. The next major national action of this movement is not just going to be another protest. It is a tactical escalation. An escalation. It is an economic show of force inspired by Minnesota's own Day of Truth and Action. We all saw this. Thousands of teachers and nurses, community leaders, faith leaders showing up in sub-zero temperatures, showing this state that they were not going to put up with business as usual while a secret police goon squad was murdering Americans in the streets. We need to do that nationally, y'all. We need to do that all over the country. So on May 1st, on May Day, across the country, we are saying no business as usual. No work, no school, no shopping. We're going to show up and say we're putting workers over billionaires and kings. Minnesota, we cannot thank you enough for the courage you've displayed, for the instruction you have given. We are going to build on that courage, on that sacrifice, on that dedication, on that organizing. We are going to demonstrate that regular people are the single greatest threat to fascism in this country. It's up to all of us to walk that path. So say it with me as we heard from Rob. No kings, no ice, no war. 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 How many kings? How many kings? Damn right. See you May 1st.
Keep it going! These folks are not messing around. All right. We're going to do a redo. Because I was out of order, and now I'm back in order. It's hard. This is hard, y'all. You know, brain fog, old, menopause. Give me a break. Now we're going to I'm just going to read it again because the importance of this next speaker is really incredible. A healer, a singer, member of the Ojibwe Nation, here to perform a healing song that she wrote in the Ojibwe language 10 years ago. And it is so special because this is the first time the song will be performed outside of the indigenous community. So please, let's start now. welcome to the stage, Doreen de Wamanukwe. Doreen de Wamanukwe, let's hear it! Bonjour, Indanawema Gani Dog. Wabanokwe Indishinakaz, Wabajeshi and Tu Dame, Aberdeen Aikwa Kape Medeo. Anishinaabe Wa King. Our ancestors are always with us. This is a healing song for all of those that have suffered during this time. Go come sinan giwitaki shigung no jimoyan ishibimosed no jimoyan ishibimosed ishibimosed go come sinan no jimoyan ishibimosed no jimoyan ishibimosed ishibimosed go come sinan giwitaki shigung no jimoyan ishibimosed no jimoyan ishibimosed ishibimosed go come sinan giwitaki shigung no jimoyan ishibimosed no jimoyan ishibimosed ishibimosed. Doreen de Wamanukwe! So y'all, being that a big part of this day is a tribute to all of you, we have another video from another super dope person who couldn't be here but wanted to lend his voice in a sort of montage of all of the great work that you did. There will not be enough dildo throwing in this video, I will warn you, but that's just the world we live in. I'm so sorry. So please take a look at yourselves and see how amazing it really is.
I'm here to tell you a story about Minnesotans. A story about Renee Nicole Good, a mom who wrote poems and had sparkles coming out of her pores. She had whistles. They had guns. A story about Alex Pretty, an ICU nurse who cared for American veterans. Someone who wanted to make a difference in the world and spent his last moments protecting a woman targeted by ICE. A story about Liam Conejo Ramos and his father, Adrian Conejo Arias, a preschooler with a Spider-Man backpack and a blue bunny hat, and his father, who were only trying to get to school. A story about all the people nationwide who have died at the hands of ICE. The thousands in Minnesota and across the country who have been hiding in their homes for months, afraid of being taken by ICE. The hundreds of thousands separated from their families, trapped in detention centers, or deported and dreaming of a way back home. Heartbreaking stories meant to exhaust us into submission. But not you, Minnesota. This is a story about a revolution starting in Minnesota. When your neighbors are being attacked and your communities are being targeted, you don't give up. You don't look away. You don't back down. You showed up. Protesting by the thousands, sub-freezing temperatures. Delivering groceries to neighbors in hiding. Driving friends to doctor's appointments and walking children to school. The heroism of ordinary people doing extraordinary acts of resilience who showed the world what courage looks like. I'm not cold. I'm not afraid. Minnesota taught us to be brave.
May I have your attention for an important public safety announcement. Once again, Minnesotans have shown up. But anytime we have a crowd this large, it is possible for people to become separated. If you have become separated from your family or your group, the place to meet is the Lost and Found area located on Reverend Martin Luther King Boulevard. As you face the Capitol, Reverend Martin Luther King Boulevard is the street to your left. That is where you should go and where you should direct people who are lost. Thank you all for making this a safe event for everyone. And now, are you ready to continue with No Kings 3? We are proud to welcome to the stage organizer, activist, and movement strategist, Ashley Woodard Henderson.
Why are we in this situation that brings us down? Can't you see we are losing patience with oppression now? The people will rise. The people will rise. The people will rise. Sing with me. The people will rise. The people will rise. The people will rise. It looks like you're mighty risen today. It looks like you're mighty risen today. My name is Ashley Woodard Henderson, and I'm going to be your friendly MC today for this No Kings 3 flagship rally. How you doing? Look at this historic moment that Minnesotans built. Not a moment that happened to Minnesotans, but the moment you built. You built this moment. We are standing miles from where federal agents took the lives of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. We're standing in the shadow of the Capitol where Melissa and Mark Hortman lay in state, murdered the morning of the very first No Kings because a man with a hit list tried to stop what we're doing right now. We honor them today. And I need you to understand one more fundamental truth about where we're standing. This is not just a rally site, my friends. I know if you look around, you might think it to be. But this isn't just a rally site. This is a place where a wannabe king sent 3 1,000 federal agents to terrorize your neighbors. Stephen Miller drew up the blueprint. Y'all heard of that little thing, Operation Metro Surge? They thought it could break Minnesota. They didn't know Minnesota. They didn't know Minnesota. They didn't know the immigrant families and labor unions, faith leaders and soccer moms, retirees and young people would lock arms and say, not our neighbors. Not our city. Not our state. Not here. Y'all, you didn't just resist. You didn't just show up. You organized. You built phone trees and legal clinics. Y'all built sanctuary networks. You showed up in 10 below 0 degree weather. You came out when they had pepper spray and tear gas and bullets. You came back the next day and the day after that and the day after that, and guess what? The whole damn country told them to leave. And guess what, y'all? Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino, peace, they gone, right? The Twin Cities, the land of 10,000 lakes, guess what? Y'all still here. Look around. We out here. That's not just a one-day protest, my friends. That's building power. You all are showing us why we ought to be here. Because Minnesotans proved to our entire country something that we all need to take seriously and learn. We do not wait for permission to protect each other. We do not beg a wannabe king to do the right thing. We organize. We refuse to comply or cooperate with evil forces in high places. When they demand our complicity and quiet disobedience, we do the right thing. We build people power together. And it wasn't just here. It was Los Angeles and Memphis and Washington, D.C., Chicago, Portland, Charlotte, Denver, Atlanta, Newark, Philadelphia, Seattle, Nashville. It was communities across our country. This administration will not win. They will not win. And we will make it clear as they try to prove to us that they will use force against our people, even when we are peaceful. Across our country, our people have made it clear back. We will not be broken. In June, 5 million people took to the streets. In October, 7 million. Right now, right this second, there are 3,300 No Kings actions happening across 16 countries. Y'all, there are No Kings protests on every continent except for Antarctica. They'll catch up. Let me say this again. Nearly every continent on earth is with us. They're out there right now because of what you showed them, Minnesota. So today, we celebrate that. Today, we lift up the people who made this moment happen. Today, we sing and we march and we stand together on this beautiful day at this Capitol and we let them hear us. Do you want to be heard today? Now, y'all know me because y'all been on the mass calls. I have to keep it honest with you. And you know I'm going to keep it real with you today and tomorrow. Today is not the finish line, my friends. How many of y'all, it's your first No Kings? Holler at me if it's your first No Kings. I see you. Welcome. Today is not the end of our work. Today is the beginning. Today is the proof of concept. What you built here in Minnesota, every single community in this country needs help to build. And they're gonna need your help. Y'all, today, we're gonna have a beautiful day, right? We are gonna be powerful together today, right? We are gonna be disciplined in our nonviolence today, right? We're gonna build power together. Let's honor the people that we have lost. Let's celebrate the people who are still fighting, like each and every one of you. And let's get ready, because what comes next is gonna require every single one of us. Y'all, I wanna hear you say it. No ICE, no war, no billionaires, no kings. I think you can, if I don't believe you, they're not. No war, no ICE, no billionaires, no kings. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go!
Please welcome to the stage Gwen Westerman, Minister Janae Bates, Imam Makram El-Amin, and Rabbi Ariel Lekich Rosenberg.
Hamitakiapi. Hello, my relatives. I'm Petukinde, I'm Petuwan Yupia Kaata Hike. O Washte Wayan Kapi Win Demie, Damakota. De Dakota Makoche. Oh, honey, Unkiksuapik. This is for Renee and Liam and Alex and the thousands of others whose names we don't have with us today. When we stand together, possibilities seem endless, but only for those who can look up. How do we reconcile azure sky above white clouds with what is obscured below? The winding rivers, the broken hearts, the soulless eyes, the brush of wings, the lost dreams. Possibilities are endless, yet the needs are beyond measure. When time has run out and ties have been broken, when speaking out means losing your life, when chaos abounds and there is no shelter, when protecting a woman means losing your life. Who recognizes her talent when she has no hope? Who lends a hand when he cannot get up? Who welcomes them when all the doors close? The possibilities are endless when we stand together. Reach out, join hands, look up. We are Minnesota strong.
Thank you, Gwen. Hello, Minnesota. I am Minister Janae Bates Amari. I am the co-executive director of Isaiah and Faith in Minnesota in this awesome state. And can I keep it real with you all for a minute? Can I keep it real with you all for a minute? I'm going to talk very, very clearly, fully, and unapologetically as a country who are using something called white Christian nationalism. And right now we are in the Lenten season. We are in the Lenten season. We are getting ready to celebrate tomorrow, Palm Sunday. And on Palm Sunday, there were two processions that happened. There was one that we hear about with Jesus on a donkey, but there was another with Pontius Pilate and Caesar who declared himself as king, who tried to hold down the people of that time, who tried to tell us that we do not deserve better, who tried to oppress people with cruelty, who tried to tax people and take their wages and use them for things that were not about feeding the hungry, that were not about healing the sick, that were not about caring for the poor, that were not about loving thy neighbor. And that is what we who call ourselves Christians are supposed to do. And so as thousands of Christians are prepared to come right back here tomorrow at 2:30, right back here at this Capitol, we are coming together to declare that Christians need to stand up right now in this time. That's right. Christians, especially in Minnesota, and Minnesotans across race and faith have gotten to bear witness something great here. We have witnessed some horror and some terror and some harm and some abductions and some killing, but we've also witnessed what it means to love thy neighbor and to live that sermon out loud. And so my prayer for all of us Minnesotans, and the invocation in this moment, is that we take seriously our responsibility, that it is on us, that we have agency, that we get to decide what liberation is, and there is certainly no king in no White House who will do that for us. So I hope that I get to see many of you right back here tomorrow at 2:30 at this Capitol. But I also hope and pray that we continue to move our feet, because we may have won a battle, but we're going to win the greatest of all time, because Minnesotans are going to be that North Star. Minnesotans are going to be the one that become the light. We are going to be the ones to show this country how a neighbor loves their neighbor.
Greetings of peace. I greet you with the universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum. May God's peace be with you. I am Imam Makram El Amin, and I stand before you today as a Muslim. I stand before you as an imam, as an African-American man whose very existence is rooted in the struggle for dignity, justice, and freedom. Oh God, the creator of all, Lord of humanity, you created us from a single soul and made us nations and tribes that we may come to know each other. We ask you this day to bless this gathering, not just for our presence, but for our purpose, not just for our voices, but for our courage. We stand together in this moment where power seeks to concentrate itself in the hands of a few. Where fear is used to divide neighbor from neighbor, where the language of domination is dressed up as order. But we know better. We have seen this before. We carry the memory of oppression in our very bones. And we also carry the legacy of resistance in our spirits. Oh God, strengthen us to speak truth to power, not with hatred, but with clarity, not with violence, but with unwavering convictions. Let us not be intimidated by the machinery of authoritarianism, nor seduced by the comfort of silence. May us all people stand together for justice even when it's inconvenient. Make us people who protect the vulnerable even when it costs us something. Make us people who refuse to bow to any king except for you. And while we stand firm, oh God, strengthen our hearts towards one another. In this interfaith gathering, remind us that our diversity is not weakness, it is our witness. Together, Muslims, Christians, Jewish people, and people of consciousness will form a moral arc that no regime can permanently bend away from justice. Oh God, raise us to a higher level today. Let us be a just rally, not just a rally, but a renewal of our commitment to each other, a renewal of our belief that justice is still possible, a renewal of their courage to build a nation lives in its highest ideals. And when history remembers this moment, let it be said that we did not shrink, we stood. We did not divide, we united. We did not despair, we believed. May God bless you all. God protect this city, and God protect all of those who are working for justice, dignity, and peace. Amen.
Good afternoon, Minnesota. You're beautiful. My name is Rabbi Rosenberg. I'm the rabbi of Shir Tikva in South Minneapolis. I am so honored to be here today. Will you sing with me? Will you sing with me? No one is getting left behind this time. No one is getting left behind. No one is getting left behind this time. We get there together, never get there at all. We get there together, never get there at all. We get there together, never get there at all. So, dear ones, welcome to this epic family reunion. And what a family we are. The people of Minnesota, with our whistles, with our cell phones, doing everything we can to stop the federal government's invasion of our home. Everything we can to stop authoritarianism. Now, Jewish people will tell the story this week around our Passover tables of our ancestors leaving the narrowness of oppression as an Erev Rav, as a multiracial, cross-class, intergenerational multitude, an enduring coalition. Our ancestors crossed the sea with their neighbors. They would not leave each other behind. And in Minnesota, we have created an ecosystem of resistance in the face of fascists and white Christian nationalists. Bound together, we work to keep each other safe. And these oligarchs, they're scared of our network of neighbors, this web of care, and they should be. And we're here together today to say no. No to the abductions, no to the brutality of this federal invasion, no to fascism, no to any leader that attempts to lead without the will of the people. But we are also saying a loud and beautiful yes to the world that we want, yes to repairing our communities, yes to our shared dignity, yes to our defiant joy. So, Holy One, be with us now, this irrepressible coalition, calling on our neighbors across the country and around the world to join us, to show up with the strength of our no and the chutzpah and the vitality of our yes, that we might build a world founded on a transformative love for one another that gives us the strength to oppose the forces of domination. So, Holy One, make us a people who say yes and yes and yes to one another. Yes to creativity, yes to courage, yes to belonging to this expansive and expanding coalition. No one is getting left behind this time. We get there together or never get there at all.
No Kings is proud to welcome to the stage the 41st governor of the great state of Minnesota, Tim Walz, and First Lady Gwen Walz.
Wow. Hello, Minnesota. Welcome to the freest state in the nation. A state where you love who you choose to love. A state where you make your healthcare decisions. A state where you worship or not according to your own beliefs. And maybe most importantly, a state where everyone belongs.
Thank you to all the organizers. Thank you to our sisters and brothers in labor for the work you do every day and being here making this possible. Look, when the wannabe dictator in the White House sent his untrained, aggressive thugs to do damage to Minnesota, it was you, Minnesota, who stood up for your neighbors, who stood up for decency, who stood up for kindness. And at this moment that we are still in, when democracy itself seems to be at risk, it was Minnesota who said, not on our watch, not on our watch. You are the heart and soul of what the nation saw that is good in this nation. But make no mistakes about it. They did damage. They killed Renee and Alex. They traumatized our neighbors. And just be very clear, our weather may be a little cool, but our people are warm and we're fierce. And my message, because this is not over, don't ever mistake our kindness for weakness. We demand justice for Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We demand justice for every single person who was hurt or traumatized. We will never forget what they did here. And I have a message to our immigrant community here in Minnesota. You are seen, heard, valued, and loved. You add value to our state. You are part of the fabric of what is good about Minnesota. And I have to tell you, that is a hell of a lot more than I'll say about anybody in the White House. And I will add a special thank you and a special acknowledgement that we will never leave the side of our Somali Minnesotans. Here's our pledge to you. Our Somali Minnesotans, your great-grandchildren will still be here when that orange clown is in the dustbin of history. You will be here. They call us radicals. I see that the president said it's a bunch of radicals. You're damn right we've been radicalized. Radicalized by compassion, radicalized by decency, radicalized by due process, radicalized by democracy, and radicalized to do all we can to oppose authoritarianism. So for those of you watching at home, welcome to the North Star State. Welcome to the land of hope and dreams. And it's my pleasure to be able to welcome somebody who has spent a lifetime giving voice to the working class, expressing our hopes and dreams, our fears, all of the things that makes us human, and has done that with a voice that resonated across generations. So I have to tell you, we're damn sure about this. We need no damn kings. But I'll tell you what I'm glad we have. We do need a boss. Please welcome Bruce Springsteen to the stage.
Hello, Minnesota. All right. Hey, it's turning into a beautiful day. Well, this past winter, Federal troops brought death and terror to the streets of Minneapolis. Well, they picked the wrong city. The power and the solidarity of the people of Minneapolis and of Minnesota was an inspiration to the entire country. Your strength and your commitment told us that this is still America. And this reactionary nightmare and these invasions of American cities will not stand. You gave us hope, you gave us courage, and for those who gave their lives, Renee Good, mother of 3, brutally murdered, Alex Preddy, VA nurse, executed by ICE, shot in the back and left to die in the street without even the decency of our lawless government investigating their deaths. Their bravery, their sacrifice, and their names will not be forgotten. Well, through the winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue, a city of flame fought fire and ice, 'neath an occupier's boots. King Trump's private army from the DHS, guns belted to their coats, came to Minneapolis to enforce their law, or so their story goes. Against smoke and rubber bullets, well, by the dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice, their voices ringing through the night. And there were bloody footprints where mercy should have stood. 2 dead left to die on snow-filled streets, Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Oh, Minneapolis, I hear your voice singing through the bloody mist. We'll take our stand for this land and the stranger in our midst. Here at home, they killed and roamed in the winter of 26. Who remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis? Trump's federal thugs beat up on his face and his chest. And then we heard the gunshots, and Alex Preddy lay in the snow dead. Their claim was self-defense, sir. Just don't believe your eyes. It's our blood and bones and these whistles and phones against Miller and Noam's fucking lies. Well, Minneapolis, I hear your voice crying through the bloody mist. We'll remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis. They say they're here to uphold the law, but they trample on our rights. If your skin is black or brown, my friend, you'll be questioned and deported on sight. In our chance of ice out now, Ice out now. Our city's heart and soul persists. Through broken glass and bloody tears on the streets of Minneapolis. Well, Minneapolis, I hear your voice crying through the bloody mist. Here in our home, they killed and roamed in the winter of 26. We'll take our stand for this land and the stranger in our midst. We'll remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis. We'll remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis. Thank you, Minneapolis, St. Paul. No kings, no war. Thank you, Minnesota.
Let's hear it again for the boss, Bruce Springsteen. Minnesota has inspired the world with its courage, resilience, and resolve, and that takes leadership. Please welcome 3 Minnesotans who rose to the moment. Carolina Ortiz, Malika Dahir, and your mayor, Kali Herr.
That's right. Ice out now. Good afternoon, America. I am Carolina Ortiz, Associate Executive Director of COPAL and a leader with the Immigrant Defense Network. I am an immigrant, a former undocumented person, a DACA recipient, and I stand here because as a child, I learned what it means when your life can be decided by a piece of paper when your future feels uncertain. I carried fear, but I also carried something stronger, the belief that one day we would rise, and that day is today. So let me say this very clear. We are not the problem to solve. Immigrants are a blessing to this country. Say it with me. Immigrants are a blessing to this country. For too long, the story about immigrants has been written in fear. But fear is a poor storyteller because fear only knows how to divide. It cannot see who we really are. We are the hands that build. We are the hearts that care. We invest in this country even when it does not always believe in us. During Operation Metro Surge, our communities were targeted, silenced, and criminalized. Families stopped going to work, to school, because even a normal day no longer felt safe. But even in those moments, we showed up and we protected one another. And across Minnesota, we built something powerful. Together, we trained over 33,000 constitutional observers, neighbors who stood in our communities, watching, documenting, and saying if they come for one of us, they will have to face all of us. This is what courage looks like. This is what people power looks like. This is organized, collective love in action. So look around you. People choosing each other again and again, standing shoulder to shoulder, not divided by fear, but united by purpose. That is right here. this right here is what democracy looks like. So today, from St. Paul, we send a message to this country and to the world. We are essential, we are organized, and we are no longer afraid. Because this moment right here is bigger than politics. This is about dignity. Because no system built on fear will ever be stronger than a community built on love. So today, I ask you, do not leave unchanged. Leave louder, leave braver, leave ready. Because power does not belong to presidents or billionaires, and it does not belong to anyone trying to rule through fear. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to all of us. Y ahora quiero decir algo en español a mi comunidad que está aquí presente. A cada familia que ha sentido miedo, a cada persona que ha tenido que ser fuerte incluso cuando no podíamos. Aquí nos organizamos, nos cuidamos y nos defendemos porque somos una comunidad de dignidad, de fuerza y de amor. Y aunque intenten dividirnos, aunque intenten silenciarnos, no podrán hacerlo. So let this moment travel across the United States, across the world, and let it be clear to every single corner of this country. We are here, we belong, and we are a blessing to this country. Thank you. Gracias.
Hello, Minnesota! I greet you with the Muslim greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. I also greet you with the Somali greeting, Galab Wanagsan. I want to begin by grounding us in truth. This land is home to the indigenous peoples, the original stewards whose presence, care, and sovereignty did not begin with history books and does not end here today. We must also acknowledge our African American sisters and brothers whose ancestors were forcibly brought here through slavery and who build, shape, and sustain this country through generations of struggle, resistance, and brilliance, and who are still waiting for justice and reparations. And then there's the rest of all of us. All of us. Whether we come from Asia, the African diaspora, Latin America, North Africa, or Europe, we are all immigrants in this land. Many of us are here because of movement, whether by choice, by force, or by necessity. Whether our ancestors escaped monarchies, wars, persecutions, we crossed oceans and borders in search for a better life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Naming this matters. It reminds us while our stories are different, they are deeply connected through histories of displacement, resilience, and the struggle for dignity. And now I'm gonna holler a little bit at my Somali sisters and brothers. Somali people are people who have known hardship, war, displacement, famine, the uncertainty of starting over. Many of us carry stories of loss, but alongside these stories is something just as powerful: survival, strength, and the refusal to be erased. Because even when borders shift, our identity does not. As a Somali American, we carry the stories of 1,000 sunrises over the Horn of Africa. We carry the strength of our mothers, the resilience of our fathers. We come from people who have survived war, displacement, and started over and over from nothing. So understand this. If we have survived all of that, we will survive your harsh words. As immigrants, we rebuild, we adapt, we learn new languages while teaching our children our old ones. We contribute to the places that we arrive in with our labor, our culture, our ideas, and our very spirits. We stand as proof that identity can survive distance, that culture can survive disruption, and that people can rise again and again under the warmth of other suns and the cold of Minnesota winters. What we ask is simple: the right to hold on to who we are while becoming a part of where we are. The right to belong without having to erase ourselves. Because when immigrants thrive, our communities grow richer, not just economically, but culturally, socially, and morally. Over the last few months, Minnesotans have shown up in record numbers to protect one another. We showed the nations that our differences are our special sauce. Our neighbor's dignity will not be tied to where you were born. We showed the nation that it is tied to our humanity. Today, we stand at a moment in history that demands more than reflection. It demands action. Across the world and here at home, we are witnessing rising tensions and rising gas prices. We see policies that reshape who belongs and who is protected. We are seeing our authorities tested, expanded, and sometimes concentrated in ways that call for vigilance. This is not a moment for silence. It's a moment for clarity. And let us be clear: no thrones, no crowns, and no kings. So America, Minnesota, what do we do after this moment? That is what counts. We must act with urgency. We must widen the circle, bring more voices to the table, invite more communities into the conversation. Look around you. Who is missing? Bring them into the circle. We attend community meetings. We contact our elected officials. We advocate for policies that protect immigrants, refugees, and all marginalized communities. For policies that allow us to put food on the table and a roof over our heads. We organize, we participate, and we show up. And Minnesota, we showed the country that that is what we do. So let's continue to show up, not just today, not in this moment of crisis, but consistently, ongoing, relentlessly in our commitment to justice and inclusion. We roll up our sleeves and get to work towards meaningful and systemic change.
Hi, everyone. Nhớ rằng của chào mừng câu li va hơ của St. Paul Mayor. I want to welcome everyone in St. Paul here, communities across Minnesota, and all across the nation. As the mayor of our beautiful capital city, I welcome you. Today, we stand up to declare that 250 years later, that this is a land without a ruler, and we are a people without a king. Donald Trump tried to make an example of Minnesota. Get in Trump's way, and he will do to you and your community what he did to our beloved Twin Cities. But I tell you, do not be afraid. Trump and Kristi Noem illegally sent thousands of masks unaccountable agents to occupy our streets for months. And like so many of Donald Trump's other ventures, he failed. We delivered groceries to neighbors, raised funds, protested, and stood vigilant so that our children could go to school without fear of abduction. Because of our solidarity, Minnesota became the model of resistance for the country. My grandfather fought in the secret war for America, a country he had never set foot in, because he believed in democracy and freedom. My family fled this war as refugees to bring their children to a country where they would be free from tyranny and oppression. They could never imagine their children would end up living in an occupied city, too afraid to open their blinds and leave their homes. The occupation our community experienced is not who we are or should be as a country. I shouldn't. You shouldn't. Your children should not have to carry around their passports in fear of unlawful detention. We are not defined by the tragedy we experience, but by how we respond to it. Donald Trump, your actions speak for who you are, and the chaos of your lawless agents is yours to bear. St. Paul and Minneapolis have shown that strength comes from the people, not from a king. The lessons we learned, the unity we built, the communities we created during this crisis will endure. We know who our neighbors are, and we will always stand with them in power and in love. As mayor of St. Paul, I want to thank our partners in the state. Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, Attorney General Keith Ellison, my partner across the river, Mayor Fry, our neighboring cities and communities, the Minnesota ACLU, Twin Cities Indivisible, and most of all, I am grateful to all of you who stand with me when I say, no kings! Thank you.
People across the Twin Cities have stepped up over many months to protect their neighbors and push back against authoritarianism. Now it's time for the world to hear their stories. Give a warm, no kings welcome to Flannery Clark, Nick Benson, Natalie Errett, and Nikima Levy Armstrong.
Hello, Minnesota. Hello, I'm Nick Benson. I like airplanes, and I'm a plaid-clad working dad. Most importantly, I'm a Minnesotan. 6 months ago, I was chatting with a fellow aviation geek, Seth Miller. He's an outspoken critic of ICE deportation flights. I said, Seth, I really admire your courage. I wish I could do that. He replied, it's not that hard, you just have to do it. Now I'm here, volunteering with Minnesota 5051. We count every person being loaded on ICE flights at MSP. There were 19 yesterday. We revealed that Delta Airlines is flying Minnesota kids to concentration camps. Seth told me it's not going to be that hard, but truthfully, it's been a struggle, hasn't it? We've been remembering Victor Manuel Diaz, Renee Good, Alex Preddy. We've been thinking about our neighbors who've been stuck at home, unable to go to school, work, or the doctor. We've been thinking about the kids who are not sure if mom or dad will be home tonight for bedtime snuggles. The students who are not sure if their friend with a cute hat will ever get to play with them ever again. We've knelt in apartment hallways, Spanish over speakerphone, explaining that we were there to help. We've woken up full of rage after a nightmare, discovering ICE agents lurking in another place that used to be safe. It wasn't easy, but we had to do it. But what if Metro Surge wasn't the end? What if it was just the beginning? What if the upcoming year is worse than the year before? Silent businesses, complicit institutions, and cowardly politicians keep failing us, but you don't have to. My fellow Minnesotans, I'm giving each one of you here today explicit permission to act with courage. It's not that hard, you just have to do it. Be the neighbor that Mr. Rogers knew you could be. Be a helper. When the government fails to meet our needs, we meet them ourselves. We feed each other, clothe each other, and care for each other. We keep us safe. So when others are silent, speak up. Stand up for health care, education, childcare, and housing. No kings is a great start, but we also need to be done with cowards. When I say no kings, you say no cowards. No kings. No kings. I love you, Minnesota. Fuck ICE.
They put my babies right in front. That's not fair. I probably should have prepared more for this. This is so outside of my comfort zone, but that's partly intentional because what Haven Watch did, what Minnesotans did when faced with injustice wasn't comfortable. It wasn't organized or well rehearsed. We didn't know to do until we were already doing it. We just acted. Haven Watch began on January 12th when I took my 11 and 21-year-old sons to the Whipple Federal Building, where people were being released from detention. I took them to see the protests there and to learn how to use their voices and their bodies to stand up. At one point, my 21-year-old son went off on his own and called from his phone shortly after. He told me he had found 2 girls wandering in the cold, freezing, without phones, and he had them in our car, giving them food and water and letting them use his phone to call home. My son Jack did that night what Haven has done every day and night since then. If anyone was going to be the spark that started Haven Watch, it was him. 3 years ago, Jack was diagnosed with brain cancer his senior year of high school, and he went through more in that year than many of us will in a lifetime, and nearly died more than once. He has always been kind, but that experience changed him. He understands now what most of us don't, how short life can be, and how important true human connection and kindness is. While I don't wish his forced perspective on any of you, I think we can learn from it. Don't walk past suffering. Act, even when it's not easy. Because that's what he did, and that's what Minnesota did, and that's what our incredible volunteers did. They paused their lives, mostly strangers, and showed up to stand and watch at a gate. Minnesotans acted on behalf of each other without a plan or regard for their own safety or comfort or even lives. We acted for each other, and that's something we should expect from ourselves every day. There's nothing extraordinary about me or Haven Watch. Sorry, guys. And I mean that in the best way possible, because it means what we did is something anyone could do. Notice the small everyday opportunities to show kindness that are so easy to ignore, and don't ignore them. While ICE's presence in Minnesota may be less visible, the struggles of many in our immigrant communities are no less real. Their need for continued support and care is real. It doesn't stop when the attention fades, and it requires us to keep showing up. The only reason I did this, and I'm up here incredibly nervous and uncomfortable, is because I hope people here can see themselves in what we did and say, I could do that. I could bring 2 people who are freezing into my car and let them use my phone. Thank you.
How y'all doing out there? I'm Nikima Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney, activist, and someone standing firmly against authoritarianism, tyranny, and fascism of the Trump administration. They tried to underestimate the people across the state of Minnesota, but we showed them, hell no, we won't go. That we'll continue standing up for the rights of our immigrant brothers and sisters. That we're standing up for those who are being ignored, those who are being treated as if their lives are disposable, and who are being treated as if their lives don't matter. But we have to remember that this struggle did not start with Donald Trump taking office again. It started with our indigenous brothers and sisters standing up for their land, for their people, their dignity, their traditions. And I'm here standing on the shoulders of the black women and the black men and children who came before me. Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Fannie Lou Hamer, Sojourner Truth, and so many others who stood up for freedom, justice, and equality. We cannot forget about the struggle of those women who organize in our communities, who taught us that we matter. And when they fought, we all win. I want to lift up one of my comrades, Monique Colors Doty, co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minnesota. Also, co-founder along with myself and Jaylani Hussein of the National Target Boycott. The National Target Boycott started right here in Minnesota, where Target is headquartered. We shot that Target before we saw Target capitulate to Donald Trump and align itself with authoritarianism. We decided that it was time to hold a hometown company accountable for their actions. When they decided to roll back diversity, equity, and inclusion, we the people decided to roll back our dollars and shop elsewhere. I don't care what mega pastors they send from Atlanta.
Target boycott continues. I also want to lift up the more than 200 Minnesotans who are currently facing state and federal charges for standing up against the Trump administration. We are calling on our state and county elected officials to drop the damn charges. These people put their lives, bodies, and livelihoods on the line for our freedom and the freedoms of people across this country. Myself, along with Monique and other black women, are also co-organizers of the city's church protests that took place on January 18th during Dr. King weekend. There are 39 of us right now, the righteous 39, who are being charged by the Trump administration for standing up for freedom, justice, and equality. We need to stand behind those of us who are calling out ICE, fascism, tyranny, and authoritarianism on behalf of the people, standing up for our immigrant neighbors, standing up for Renee Good, standing up for Alex Preddy, and calling for justice. I just want to say to the people of Minnesota, you stood up, you fought, you put your bodies on the line, you spoke the truth, and you let them know we're not stepping back. We're not afraid. We will continue to rise up for the people of this country, for our immigrant neighbors, and for the future of our democracy. All power to the people!
My name is Flannery Clark. I'm from the south side of Minneapolis. And for 117 days and counting, I've been wearing this whistle around my neck. I have no plans to stop anytime soon. I'm here representing tens of thousands of ordinary Minnesotans who, when faced with masked and armed ICE thugs abducting our neighbors, said, "Not here, not now, not ever." Since December 4th, armed with whistles, phones, and our deep love for our neighbors, my community and I have built systems of protection in nearly every neighborhood of our city. We did this to ensure our neighbors would not be abducted and disappeared into DHS prisons. We did this to keep families together. We did this because we knew even if we could not stop every act of terror, the least we could do was bear witness. We've built neighborhood alert networks that are so effective that at the height of the occupation, our response time to an ICE sighting in South Minneapolis was less than 2 minutes. Networks so strong, in fact, that we retired Greg Bovino. And we cost Kristi Noem her job. Simultaneously, we created a mutual aid infrastructure that has paid over $10 million in rent, taken thousands of kids to and from school, and delivered meals for countless families. There were thousands of us in the streets in early December, and after our neighbor Renee Good was murdered by ICE on January 7th, there were tens of thousands. We know what happened to Renee and Alex because of the observers and responders who filmed state violence at great risk to themselves. We mourn for every neighbor abducted, every neighbor sent to a camp, and families torn apart. And we will never know how many families were kept together safely in their homes because of the courageous actions of our neighbors. How many were warned with a whistle or a signal chat or a patroller on the corner? The rapid responders of Minnesota are heroes, but they are also ordinary people. These neighbors of mine, these absolute heroes, were tear gassed, harassed, and came right back in the streets. Heroes who unfailingly blew a whistle every time they saw an ICE agent, who recorded every abduction so no neighbor would disappear in darkness. Heroes who understand that it's our moral imperative to stand up, even when it's scary, even when we are terrified, even when guns are pointed at us. I am representing tens of thousands of people whose names you will never know. I'm not here to take credit for them, but I am here to tell you that your neighbors are heroes. They are heroes in thousands of different ways, most of which we will never know. I've never been so proud to be from Minnesota. I am so proud to have seen us step up and become the community we have always needed, to build the world that we know we won't ever stop fighting for.
And now,
all right, as
No
we
Kings
close,
is...
I'm gonna do one quick chant. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? All power to the people!
And now, No Kings is proud to welcome to the stage Senator Bernie Sanders.
There are a lot of people here. Thank you, Minnesota. And let me thank Indivisible, Move On, 5051, and all of the organizations that have made this great event possible. And thanks to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. It is absolutely appropriate that we hold a major No Kings rally right here in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. When historians write about this dangerous moment in American history, when they write about courage and sacrifice, the people of Minnesota will deserve a special chapter for themselves. In the face of unprecedented occupation of this city by ICE, Trump's domestic army, this community stood up and with extraordinary solidarity fought back and won. Minnesota showed the American people, and in fact the world, what democracy is about, what grassroots activism is about, and what standing up for the American ideals of freedom and justice is about. And I want to thank my colleagues, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, for their leadership in the Senate on this issue. And today, we remember and honor two brave Americans, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who lost their lives in the struggle. And we promise their families and their friends that these two heroes will not have died in vain. Their sacrifice has inspired and will continue to inspire the American people in the never-ending struggle for justice. As all of you know, we are living in an unprecedented and dangerous moment in American history. In many ways, the future of our country, and in fact the entire world, is hanging in the balance. And the actions that we take now will determine what the future looks like. The choices that we face are clear. In the wealthiest country in the history of the world, at a time of massive breakthroughs in technology, we now have the opportunity to create a nation in which all people can enjoy a dignified standard of living, where we wipe out bigotry and hatred, and where all of us can live in peace and participate in a vibrant democracy. Where the foundation of our nation is built on love, compassion, human solidarity, and an understanding. As your great former senator, the late Paul Wellstone, said, we all do better when we all do better. And that is one vision for the future, a vision that, in my view, the vast majority of the American people share. But there is another vision out there as well, a darker vision. It is a vision which says that we must give up on democracy, that we are too stupid and inept to govern ourselves, and that we must put more and more power into the hands of one man. It is a vision that says we should accept an economy in which a handful of oligarchs have unbelievable wealth, while the vast majority of our people struggle to put food on the table. It is a vision that says that the only thing that matters in life is the accumulation of money and power. And that it is okay if we lie, cheat, and steal to achieve those goals. It is a vision which says that we must hate each other because of where we were born. Hate each other because of a different language that someone speaks. Hate each other because of the differences in the color of our skin, or our religion, or our sexual orientation. It is a vision that foments hatred and hatred and hatred, division, division, and division. It is an Orwellian vision which says that we must live in a constant state of fear, that we must always have an enemy, and that we must always be at war. It is a vision which says that we have unlimited amounts of money for bombs and guns and killing, but never enough money to feed our children, provide affordable housing, or enable our parents to retire with dignity. Today, here in Minnesota, in Vermont, and in every state in the country, we say loudly and proudly that as Americans, we will never forsake our heritage. We will never accept authoritarianism. We will never accept oligarchy. And we will never accept a president who is a pathological liar, a kleptocrat, and a narcissist who is undermining the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law every day. We will never accept government policy that gives massive tax breaks to billionaires, throws 15 million Americans off the health care they have, breaks unions, denies women the right to control their own bodies, and is pushing the planet closer and closer to a climate crisis. In the last year, I must confess, I've been thinking a lot about American history, about the men and women in 1776 who, with unbelievable courage, announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England, who had absolute power over their lives. These patriots demanded freedom, and they fought a bloody revolutionary war against the most powerful military in the world to achieve that freedom. And they won. And after their military victory, they established the first democratic form of government in modern history. In 1789, they said loudly and boldly to the entire world, here in this new nation of America, we don't want kings. And let us never forget the extraordinary and powerful words they left to us. Quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." And today, in 2026, our message is exactly the same. No more kings. We will not allow this country to descend into authoritarianism or oligarchy. In America, we, the people, will rule. But let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for our Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have taken over our economy, have taken over our political system, have taken over our media, in order to enrich themselves at the expense of the working families of our country. Brothers and sisters, never before in American history have so few had so much wealth and so much power. Never before in American history has there been such extreme levels of income and wealth inequality, with the top 1% now owning, if you can believe it, more wealth than the bottom 93%. Never before in American history had we seen the super rich expand their wealth so rapidly. Last year alone, after receiving the largest tax break in history, 938 billionaires in America, fewer than 1,000 people, became $1.5 trillion richer. And our president, honest Donald Trump, became over $1 billion richer himself. Never before in American history have we seen a ruling class within a corrupt campaign finance system spend so much money to buy politicians. In the coming midterm elections, the billionaires will spend many, many hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that government continues to work for them and not working families. Meanwhile, while the richest people in America become much, much richer, 60% of our people here in Minnesota, in Vermont, and all over this country are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to pay their rent and their mortgage, struggling to pay for child care and education, and struggling to put a few bucks aside for a decent retirement. In America today, tens of thousands of our people die every year unnecessarily because they cannot afford to go to a doctor. And unless we change how our economy works, our younger generation, our kids, for the first time in modern history, will have a lower standard of living than their parents. So today, we not only say no to Trump's authoritarianism, we say no to Mr. Musk, no to Mr. Bezos and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Ellison and all the other multi-billionaires. You cannot have it all. We will create an economy that works for all Americans, not just the 1%. Brothers and sisters, it is not just the authoritarianism of the Trump administration that we must combat. It is not just the oligarchs and their insatiable greed that we must combat. Now, as the news literally of today reminds us, we have got to stop the out-of-control militarism of the Trump administration, whether it is here at home in cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul or abroad. Let us be honest. The American people were lied to about the war in Vietnam. We were lied to about the war in Iraq. And we are being lied to today about the war in Iran. This war must end immediately. In the last election, Donald Trump pointed out correctly the huge amounts of money that had been wasted in wars that should have been spent rebuilding America. He campaigned as a peace candidate, and he promised no more forever wars. He lied. 1 month ago, Trump and his partner, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, started a war with Iran. This war is unconstitutional. Trump did not seek or receive authorization from Congress. This war is a violation of international law. One sovereign nation cannot simply go about attacking another sovereign nation for any reason it chooses. Since this war began, 13 American soldiers have been killed and hundreds have been wounded, including another 12 yesterday. In Iran, nearly 2,000 civilians have been killed and many more wounded, and 498 schools have been bombed by American and Israeli missiles. In Lebanon, more than 1,000 people are dead, and more than 1 million Lebanese people, 15% of their population, have been displaced from their homes. In Israel, 20 people have been killed and over 5,000 wounded. In the West Bank, Israeli vigilantes are burning down homes and killing Palestinians. At a time when gas prices are soaring, when many Americans cannot afford the basic necessities of life, it is estimated that this war has already cost $1 trillion. At a time when the American people are politically divided, there is one issue that is bringing us together. Conservatives, moderates, and progressives are speaking out in unison: end this war. And as a U.S. Senator, I want to just mention to you about what I intend to do about it. First, we have got to make sure that Congress does not send another $200 billion to fight this war. Trump's supplemental appropriation for the war in Iran must be defeated. Secondly, I will be forcing a vote in the Senate on legislation to block the sale of nearly $1 billion in weapons to the Israeli military for bombs and bulldozers. A nation, a government that has committed genocide in Gaza does not need more military support from American taxpayers. My fellow Americans, we are all proud to live in a country which throughout our history has inspired people throughout the world to struggle for freedom, for democracy, and justice. And we understand that when we stand together and not let demagogues divide us up, we can continue to inspire the world to believe in a brighter future. Yes, we can create a vibrant democracy by ending Citizens United and not allow billionaires to buy elections. Yes, we can create an economy that works for every man, woman, and child in our country, and not just a handful of billionaires. Yes, we can make certain that the revolutionary technologies of artificial intelligence and robotics are used to improve life for all of us and not just make the rich owners of that technology even richer. Yes, we can and must join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care as a human right for all of our people. Yes, instead of spending $1 trillion a year on the military, we can wipe out homelessness and build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing. Yes, in the richest country on earth, we can have the best public educational system in the world, tuition-free from childcare to graduate school. Yes, we can expand Social Security and radically improve our pension system so that every senior in America can retire with dignity. Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. Yes, we can guarantee that every woman in this country has the right to control her own body. And yes, when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse, we can and must make certain that the top 1% and large profitable corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. My fellow Americans, the establishment, including the corporate media and many of my colleagues in Congress, want you to believe that you are powerless. They want you to believe that you cannot change the status quo, that because of their wealth and their influence, there is nothing you can do to combat them. But that is a lie. Throughout the history of our country, when Americans have stood up and fought for justice, they have prevailed. The founders of our country did it when they stood up to King George. The abolitionists did it when they ended slavery. The working class did it when they stood up to their bosses and formed unions. The suffragettes did it when they demanded that women have the right to vote. The LGBT community did it when they demanded basic human rights. Time and time again, in difficult moments in American history, our people stood up fought back, and won. They did it then, we can and will do it now. Today, March 28th, 2026, millions of Americans are out on the street demanding freedom, democracy, and justice. But we must make certain today is not the end of our struggle, it is the beginning. Together, when we stand united, we can and will create the kind of nation that you and I know that we can become. Thank you all very much.
And now, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Hello, Minnesota. It is so incredible to be here with you all as you show the country just how courageous and dedicated and resistant we are. In the United States of America, we pledge allegiance to the Constitution and the flag, not to a person or a king. I came to this country as a refugee. To me, America was a beacon of hope, a place where freedom wasn't just a word, but it was a promise. I arrived here when I was 12 years old. I could have never imagined the day would come when we were staring down at this kind of creeping authoritarianism in the United States of America. But we are here because Donald Trump just has not chipped away at our democracy. He has taken a wrecking ball to the very foundation of what makes America great. He has tried to intimidate Minnesotans. He has tried to make us afraid. He has tried to divide us. But we stood strong. We have had each other's back, and we have never bent the knee. Because in Minnesota, we are built different. We do not cower to bullies. We are Minnesota strong. What we are seeing right now is bigger than what is happening here. Operation Metro Surge was just the tip of the iceberg. We are witnessing a full-scale assault on our rights, our institutions, and the rule of law. We have an administration that is openly and brazenly breaking the law and is acting like the Constitution is optional. And while they are doing that, they are shamefully and blatantly lying about every single thing they are doing. There were hundreds of millions of dollars in oil futures traded just minutes before a sudden reversal in U.S. policy towards Iran. This is not a coincidence, it is corruption. At DHS, we got a reckless spending spree, planes, vanity projects. It's like a billionaire's midlife crisis, except the American people are paying for it. While the Pentagon keeps failing its audits year after year, somehow they are able to find the budget for steak and lobster. And we know that what Trump calls strength is his idea of liberating women in Iran is to bomb and murder school children. They are pushing for the SAFE Act to disenfranchise millions of voters because they know they are not going to win a fair election. They are floating an illegal takeover of places like Cuba and Greenland like it is some kind of a real estate deal. And under the so-called anti-war president, we have now seen the launching of military operations in Iran, in Venezuela, and in Ecuador. Just a couple of weeks ago, they told us that they blew up a drug trafficking camp in Ecuador, and it turned out to be a dairy farm. A dairy farm. This is what incompetency and unchecked power looks like. It is reckless, it is dangerous, and this is not what our country will stand for. But I still have hope. I have hope in every one of you that is here today. I have hope in people across this country. We are going to speak up. We are going to continue to show up. Because we refuse to believe in a future ruled by fear, corruption, and chaos. We are not a country of kings, we are a country of laws. We are a country where people look out for one another. And we are a country that will fight peacefully, powerfully, and persistently to protect our democracy. I love you, Minnesotans. Thank you so much for being out here. And now it is my honor. It is my honor to introduce a lifelong hero of mine, the incredible, brave, courageous Jane Fonda.
Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm not going to make a speech because we're running late and there's a bunch of people who have to catch planes. Let me just say thank you, thank you, thank you, Minnesota. Thank you, all the unions. Thank you, all the churches and mosques and synagogues and clergy and neighbors. We are learning so much from you. Now, when I point to you, you're going to say Minnesota, okay? When people ask me how I know we will win, I have one word to say. When people ask me how I know love is stronger than hate, I say. When people ask me how nonviolence can win, I have one word to say. Thank you, Minnesota. Now, Becca Good, the wife of Renee Good, has asked me to read a statement, which I am honored to do. Hello, Minnesota. This is from Becca Good. I am so proud to call Minneapolis my home. I can't stop talking about how absolutely beautiful it is to see how Minnesota shows up for its people. I want to say thank you for how you've shown up for me, how you've shown up and shown out for all the people victimized by this horrible moment in history. So many people have reached out to me and surrounded me with safety and care, and I know I am not alone in feeling in awe of your generosity. Neighbors are paying people's rent and groceries. Hundreds of businesses become community hubs. This is beautiful. And beyond Minnesota, people all over the country and the world care about what happens here to all of us. I've received cards from elder grandmas saying, this is not what I voted for. I feel it, Rebecca says. I feel it. the immense love, and now other cities are taking their cue from what we've learned and creating new ways of caring for each other. Right on. And I want you to know that my sweet dog Wapsie is okay. All right. We love dogs. She is my sidekick and best friend for 12 years, and she is healing alongside me from what we lost that day. The reality is I am so heartbroken. I miss my wife. The world now knows that my wife sparkled with sunshine and shone with kindness that is unmatched. We were robbed of an incredible human. It has made people pause and take a breath and have to choose sides. We choose the side of love. Yes. Everyone who was there when my wife was taken from me has had their lives destroyed that day, including those agents. What we need is to stop destroying life. What is happening now is the result of far deeper issues that have been simmering across this country for a long time. Divisive rhetoric, escalating tensions, fear-mongering. We have to address the root causes of these issues and stop this violence where it came from. Renee and I stood for radical kindness. I love that notion, radical kindness. Renee and I believe that one of the things that will foster a world of radical kindness is to be able to admit mistakes and learn from them. We are allowed to decide that what we believed before isn't what we believe anymore. To change your mind is beautiful and powerful and brave. Renee and I believe that the love that's needed to build a world where we care for everyone already exists. Yeah, it already exists. Look at you all. And I see now that this is true. I have seen it. We have all seen it. And it sparkles because we know we can do better together. This is not the America I was told existed. I was told we are the people. I did not ask to be thrust into the spotlight or to be expected to speak out. It's a circumstance I unfortunately found myself in. But regardless of how I arrived here, I feel it's my responsibility to send a message that hate has divided us and destroyed so many lives and families. But we can choose something else. We can choose radical kindness. So let's do this. And now, it is my honor to introduce a young woman whom I love a lot, a great singer and a great soul, Maggie Rogers.
What's going on, Minnesota? I have been so inspired by the resilience and the fortitude that has been coming out of this state. So much love in the face of evil and hate. And the best way that I know how to give a little bit of love back to this city that has been such a beacon of it is to sing a song. This is called Different Kind of World. Thank you so much for having me. There's nowhere else in the world I would rather be today. One more song, I'll sing a song and make it a song for peace. Though we all may carry on, may we do so decently. My hands are shaking, palms are sweating, thinking about the state of the world. But when we're riding on It's a different kind of world. One more song, I'll write a song and know that it's for you. That new friend I haven't met with a different point of view. My knees are aching, back is breaking, thinking about the state of the world. But when we're riding all together, I'm the different kind of girl. Na, na, when we're riding all together, it's a different, I'm a different kind of girl. It's my honor to introduce to you a good friend of mine who's also one of my heroes. Please welcome the great Joan Baez to the stage.
Here we are. Come over here. Are we going here? All right.
Just gonna be a tiny thing, and then I'll come and sing with you. Thank you, Maggie. I'm honored to be standing in resistance with all of you today, on this stage, in this city, at this moment. For those of us who believe in the power of nonviolent resistance, and those of you who didn't, you have shown the way with your courage, determination, and decency. Thank you, Minneapolis. Thank you.
Joan, there is...
Okie doke.
Yeah? Yeah. All right. I'm going to stand right here.
I'm going to stand right here.
Perfect. All right. I think you first sang this song on the March on Washington. Is that right?
I sang this song for the first time with Dr. Martin Luther King in Grenada, Mississippi, actually, and then again on the March on Washington. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and accept that the waters around you have grown, and accept it soon you'll be drenched to the bone. And if your time to you is worth saving, then you better start singing or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are changing.
Come rising critics, prophesize with your bow, and keep your eyes wide if your chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. There's no telling who that it's naming, for the loser now will be later to win, for the times they are changing.
Come senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway
Don't block up the hall, for he who gets hurt will be he who has stalled. And there's a battle outside and it's raging. It'll soon shake your windows and rattle your walls, for the times they are changing.
Make some noise for Tom Morello. Woohoo!
Come mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you don't understand. Minneapolis, Minnesota is beyond your command. Your old road is rapidly aging, so get the fuck out the way if you can't lend a hand. Cause the times they are a-changing.
The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. So what now will later be fast, as the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly fading. Get the first one now will later be last, and the times they are a-changing. For the times they are changing.
Thank you, Minneapolis. You're an inspiration to the nation.
Thank you, Tom Morello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To the next song, I sang this with Dr. King in Montgomery, Alabama, 60 years ago. I'm deeply moved to sing it here today with two groups you all know. They were born on the streets of this city and stood through the freezing winter with you and are standing still, are showing up and still standing and playing the Brass Solidarity Band. Formed spontaneously after the murder of George Floyd. It is a joyous celebration of the power of music. And the Singing Resistance is a group of folks from across Minnesota who simply could not be silent about injustice and the attacks on their communities, and they came together, their voices raised in a chorus of people's power. I'm proud to be with you all here today. And now, please join us. You all here? Oh, wonderful. Okay, to this next song. We're getting it together. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. And keep on walking and keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let discrimination turn me around, no. Turn me around, no. Turn me around. Ain't gonna let discrimination turn me around. Keep on walking and keep on talking,
marching up to freedom land.
No kings ain't gonna let no kings turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no kings turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, gonna you world. Injustice ain't gonna let injustice turn me around, turn me around. Injustice, oh, I'm gonna let injustice turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Racism ain't gonna let racism turn me around. No, no, racism ain't gonna let racism turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom. No president gonna let no president turn me around, turn me around. No president ain't gonna let no president turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Whoa, turn me around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching to freedom.
No voy a dejar la migra a detenerme, a detenerme, a detenerme. No voy a dejar la migra a detenerme.
I'm gonna keep on walking,
y cantando, marching up to freedom.
nobody ain't gonna let nobody turn me around,
turn me around, turn me around.
Nobody
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on, I'm gonna keep on, hey, hey, marching up to freedom. Hey.
nobody ain't gonna let nobody. Keep on walking, keep on walking. I'm gonna keep on talking, marching up to freedom.
And Minnesota's own Attorney General Keith Ellison and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
Oh, Minnesota! I'm so grateful to see all of you. Bonjour. Peggy Flanagan and Dishnakaz, Gijuebada McCoy Indigo, Guabagag and Ikogdan Dunjaba, Mayanga Nodame. My name is Peggy Flanagan. My Ojibwe name is Speaks in a Loud and Clear Voice Woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we leave no one behind. And that's one of the reasons why I am so proud to be a Minnesotan. You have been showing the world with your own loud and clear voices what it means to leave no one behind. You know, I grew up on the margins. My mom needed food stamps, childcare assistance, and Medicaid to afford it all. I am the descendant of Native people who have lived here since time immemorial, who were pushed from their homes onto the White Earth Reservation. And I am the great-granddaughter of a young girl who traveled here from Ireland at the age of 15. She sailed to this country with her younger siblings that she was responsible for. And that is my story, and everyone here has a story in how you got here today. For generations, powerful people have tried to silence us. And there are so many reasons why we shouldn't be here, why we shouldn't exist. But we are here because we are resilient. And friends, Donald Trump thinks we should just shut up and do what we're told. But that has never worked for me, and that will never work for you. Donald Trump underestimated Minnesotans. He thought that we would back down. He thought we would get tired, that we would turn on each other, but we turned towards each other. He underestimated the power of educators, servers, construction workers, nurses, poets, and moms, and people working together. And no one asked to be on the front lines, but Minnesotans stepped up. And everyday people showed us how to be incredible just by caring about each other. And you are here today because you understand the whole point of No Kings. When federal agents kill our neighbors in the streets, when cowards vote to steal health care and food off the table, and billionaires rip off everyday people, and wannabe dictators start illegal wars, we will not be silent. This mass of humanity, of community, this movement in front of me shows the world that we are not powerless. Friends, we are the power, and we've decided that we will help our neighbor and we will welcome the stranger. This movement is for everybody who knows that this president has gone too far. Because if you come for one of us, you come for all of us. And Minnesotans, we are carrying a lot right now. Grief, anger, the weight of what has been done to our communities, done to our children, to our babies, and the heaviness of the lives that have been taken. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Preddy should be alive. We say their names, we honor their memories, and we turn our grief into action. Because the work is not done and the crisis is not over. And some of us will never be whole again. But here's the deal, friends. We all know that famous quote from Senator Paul Wellstone, which is, and say it with me, we all do better when we all do better. It is the unofficial slogan of Minnesota. But my favorite quote from Paul Wellstone is, sometimes you gotta pick a fight to win one. Because there are some fights that are worth picking. And for me, my purpose is clear. No matter what I do from here on out, I am fighting to avenge Minnesota. I am fighting to bring justice to our people. Because with this president, there's always plenty of money for ICE, for bombs, and for the oligarchs, just not for you.
but they awakened in Minnesota a power that doesn't even exist in Washington, D.C. It exists within each one of us. We're fighting for a future where one job is enough to afford the lives people want to live. We are fighting for where healthcare is a human right, not something that puts you into debt. Where everyone is treated with dignity, no matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like. Where the Constitution still matters, where we don't strip due process away from our immigrant neighbors. And we know that it takes all of us. I am grateful for the work of Senators Klobuchar and Smith for what they have done to push back, and for the work that every person here has done every single day to show the way. And let me close by telling you about my church in North Minneapolis. It is a beautiful parish that looks like Minnesota. It's been pretty empty these last few months because people have been afraid to leave their homes. They've been afraid to worship. But last Sunday, the pews were full. Kids were laughing and crying and singing even when it wasn't time to sing. It was a wonderful, beautiful noise. It was the song of resilience because we are still here. And I want you to feel that resiliency in your bones. I want you to take a minute and I want you to look at each other. Like really look at each other. Because we deserve better. We have everything we need to build the future that we want. We are what we need to build the future. And we are going to keep fighting until we get it. And I am honored and humbled to be your lieutenant governor. But more than anything, friends, I am grateful to be your neighbor. And I love you, Minnesota. I love us. Gitchimigwich, thank you so much. And I'm going to hand it over to my brother, Attorney General Keith Ellison.
Hey, Minnesota, let me hear you. You know, brothers and sisters, last time I was here with you, right here, was June 14th. And it was hot outside. And earlier that morning, we had lost our beloved sister, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark. And I just want to let you know that that loss has remained with me. I'm sure it's remained with you. And at this time, we also have to remember Renee Good, Alex Preddy, but I want you to keep in your heart and your prayers Victor Manuel Diaz, who died in custody. I want you to think about Liam Conejo Ramos. I want you to think about a young man named Julio Sosa Solis, who did not die but was shot. And I want you to think about all of us and the price that we paid in order to kick ISIS ass out of our state. And the lesson is very simple, friends. Freedom ain't free. And some of us have to pay the dearest cost for the sake of freedom. And we don't want them to pay it. We wish they would never have to pay it. But you can only get rid of tyrants, and you can only defeat tyranny if your love of freedom is so great that you will risk what you have to for your neighbors. That is what it is to me, a free society. That's what it means to live free, to be willing to go to the mat, go to the wall for the people you love and care about. But I want you to know, as your Minnesota Attorney General, that justice is not optional. Accountability is coming. And the names
of our neighbors and loved ones will never be forgotten. You might have noticed that me and Moriarty had to file a lawsuit last week. We're suing the federal government to make sure they give us the rest of the damn file. We're not going to let them hang on to the file, say they're not going to investigate, and that's it. It ain't it by a far sight. And I want you to know that we will never back down, that we will never quit. You know, friends, I was in Alabama on March 7th with about 100 other Minnesotans, and we went down to Selma, Alabama, because in 1965, that is where inspiration lived. People of all colors and cultures came there, and they've been coming there ever since, because brave Americans stood up for the right for all Americans to vote. And by that August, we passed the Voting Rights Act, and that by that October, we passed the immigration bill that allowed people to come to America who were not from Northern Europe. Did you know that? So we call it Bloody Sunday, and people were injured, and some people like Viola Liuzzo and Reverend James Reeb didn't survive that interchange. They didn't make it. Thugs and killers and racists killed them. But we still fought for everybody to vote, right to vote, and everybody's right to come to America. And we won those rights. And now, friends, all of those rights are under attack right now. Every right we fought and won is under attack right now. And in Alabama, those people, when I told them I was from Minnesota, I proudly said, I'm from Minnesota. They all applauded. Not for me, but for you. Because in 2026, inspiration lives in Minnesota. If you want to stand up for justice, if you want to be inspired by the noblest and best ideals of all humanity, you got to come to Minnesota. You might have to stop and spend time at the memorial of Alex Preddy on East Street on Nicollet. You might have to go over to Portland to the memorial for our dear beloved sister Renee. But Minnesota, the world looks to you and is inspired by you because of your love and commitment for each other and this country and the principles that hold it up. You are so honored that the JFK Award for Profiles in Courage, well, you won that award. Did you know that? Now, they even nominated you for a Nobel Peace Prize, which is more than I can say for certain people I know. But the fact is that you are an inspiration. You are where people come to get inspired. And I want to just thank all of our out-of-town guests who came. Bernie, you know what I'm saying? Joan Baez, Jane Fonda, all the, Tom Morello, all these amazing labor leaders who've come here. They come here because they know where inspiration lives in 2026, and it lives right here with you. Now, beloved, let me tell you, right now, we got a few more months until there's a national election, and Trump is scared to death. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. Hell, you know who to vote for. Vote for the people who vote for your family. Vote for people who don't kill your neighbors. Vote for people who don't throw your neighbors in detention. Vote for people who don't raise taxes on you and drive up your prices. Vote for people who don't start foreign wars after they promise not to. You know what to do, but what you got to do is to do it. We've got to have the largest turnout the history this state has ever known. And we're the #1 turnout state in the country already. But we've got to convert this great energy into electoral success. The bottom line is there's a lot of ways to push back on a tyrant. One of them is to sue him. I do it all the time, did it 57 times. Another way is to do street activism, protest, demonstration. Another one is art, but another one is voting. And please don't discount that one. That one will be important. We got in part, we got into this mess because of an election, and we're going to help get ourselves out of it through an election. Now, let me wrap up by saying that we've got to be real clear. It wasn't just the election that got us here. It was a set of decisions made over the course of the last many decades where some leaders in both parties, my friends, did not put the working class people of America first. And we have got to say that we absolutely demand free and fair elections and will stand for them. We got to demand leaders who will stand up for our democracy. We got to demand to keep dark money out of these elections. We have got to demand that these giant companies that love to merge with each other also they can screw us out of our money get stopped. We got to stop this merger mania. We have got to demand a free and a fair economy. We've got to get collective bargaining going again. We've got to raise the minimum wage. We got to have universal single-payer health care for all, because it won't do just to get rid of one bad guy and then 4 years later get another one, because we haven't done what we needed to do to solidify shared prosperity in America. So, beloved, let me just say as I wrap up, on behalf of me and my dear sister, Peggy Flanagan, love this lady. She is the best. Give it up for Peggy, y'all. I want us to think about a new birth of freedom for this country. I want us to look past Trump and into the society that we dream about, where we have prosperity, peace for all in this time. God bless everybody.
Before we continue, we have a public service announcement. Joan Molinar. If you are looking for Maureen Corlath, she is at the Lost and Found area located on Martin Luther King Boulevard. That is the street to the left of the stage as you face the Capitol. Again, Joan Molinar. If you are looking for Maureen Corlath, she is located at the Lost and Found area. And next, we have two fierce advocates serving in the Minnesota State Legislature. Please welcome Representatives Lee Finke and Shelley Buck.
Hello, sorry that took a while. Hello, those of you still joining us. Thank you so much for hanging around. My name is Lee Finke. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a state representative. I work here along with my colleague Shelley Buck in the Minnesota House of Representatives. I'm here to provide a little trans representation, but I'm also here to demand our trans liberation. And I'm here to demand our liberation for everyone. I don't mean only queer and trans liberation, but all of ours. Immigrants, refugees, undocumented neighbors, our friends with disabilities, our indigenous tribal nations, everyone, full equality, full inclusion, full stop. So here's the thing I want you to remember when someone asks what the trans lady was yelling about at the No Kings rally. You can tell them that these fascist thugs in Washington, they are actually not the gatekeepers of our shared liberation. The violent, hateful ideologies of these men, it will end. Men like this come and men like this go. Minnesota beat back the fascist ICE invasion, and the rest of the nation will too. When Trump and his cronies are long gone, queer and trans and immigrant and disabled folks will still be here. We will still be here fighting for our shared liberation, and we will need you at that time to continue to fight for all of this. This won't be the end for us. This won't be the end for any of us. But we are in the hot fire right now. All of our vulnerable communities need you, and you know why. The forces of oppression are obvious, conspicuous. It is like the apocalypse. You know who the bad guys are, and you know who the good guys are. But we know these fascists are bound to lose. And when they are gone in the dustbins of history, your trans, two-spirit, non-binary, queer, immigrant neighbors, we will still be here fighting for our lives. And we will need you to be in the streets then, too. It is not just now, it is not just Trump, it is what comes after. We still will need you to fight for our lives. Liberation now, justice for Renee, justice for Alex, justice for all of the families affected by this government. Stay safe, keep fighting. Thank you.
A little shorter here. Hamadako Yepi, Shante Washte Anape Chujapi, Shelly Bakamaki Apie, Damakota, De Dakota Makoche. Hello, my relatives. I greet you with a good heart and handshake. My name is Shelly Buck. I am Dakota, and this is Dakota Homelands. Dakota people are some of the first stewards of this place we call Minnesota Makoche, or Minnesota. For us, it is more than a home. It is the place of our origin on this earth. Through this, we know that we are all interconnected. Our values, our hopes, and our dreams for our children and the next 7 generations. In the past, they stole our children, cut our people's hair, tried to steal the language from our tongues, and tried to convert us into one of them. Throughout a history of erasure, eradication, and state-sanctioned genocidal violence, our people did more than resist. It is because of our ancestors' insistence and endurance and their refusal to abandon the love they carried for all their relatives, whether human or non-human, that I am here before you today. White supremacy and the claws of those who embody it continue to dig into our backs. And the government, again, is stealing our people. ICE and the federal government continue to try to break our bodies, spirits, and wills, but my friends, they have failed miserably. Love, laughter, and connectedness with our land and our neighbors is powerful medicine. It feeds our souls and keeps us moving. We know that the violence of white supremacy, of discrimination and oppression are all continuances of the legacies of colonialism that remain today. Though in vastly diverse ways, we are all inheritors of these violent colonial legacies and the systems that continue to uphold them. And so the responsibility to imagine and create and work toward a more radically just present and future is a shared inheritance too. Pedamaya Yepi, thank you to all of you for being engaged in this work of justice and liberation, for all that you have done and continue to do to help ensure the legacies we hand down can guide us toward a future to be proud of. Mitako Yeo Wasim Pedamaya Yepi, thank you all my relatives.
The invasion of Minnesota neighborhoods is symbolic of this administration's assault on working families across the country. Organized labor is pushing back here in the Twin Cities and in the halls of power. To speak about that resistance, please welcome President Liz Schuler of the AFL-CIO, President Randy Weingarten of the American Federation of Teachers, and President of the SEIU, April Verrett.
Hello, Minnesota! I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO, America's labor unions.
voices of 15 million workers across 65 unions and every worker in this country. That's right. Over and over this past year, we've seen this administration try to divide us as working people. Whether or not we were born here, whether we were blue collar, white collar, gay, straight, trans, black, white, Latino, they try to divide us because they could not be more afraid. They could not be more afraid of what happens when we stop looking to the left and to the right and we start looking at them. When 3 rich people have more money than half the rest of us in this country, does that work for working people? Hell no. When CEOs are making $90 million a year while their workers can't afford groceries, does that work for working people? Hell no. When everything in this country is so damn expensive, and Trump's answer is to cut the taxes of his billionaire friends? Is that a country that works for working people? Hell no. No Kings is about standing up to the guy in the White House. But no Kings also means tearing down an economy, buying for billionaires, and instead building it up for working people. More money in our pockets, because no one in the richest country on earth should struggle to get by. More time off to spend with our friends, family, kids, and loved ones. Equal pay for Black and Latina women who are still making 58 cents on the dollar. Because opportunity in this country should not depend on the color of your skin. And you know where it all starts. It starts with a good union job for every worker in this country. Because we all know it's better in a union. I look around and we honor those we have lost in the detention centers and in the streets. Our brothers, sisters, and siblings, they have been taken from us because they had the courage to stand up. And I want to name and honor our union brother, Alex Preddy, who stood up for democracy and his community in the streets and fought for democracy with his AFGE brothers and sisters and siblings in the workplace as a trade unionist. Every single thing we've won in this country happened because we fought for it. It happened because of days like today. This is the power. We have the power. Do we have the power? We have the power. And now I'm so honored to introduce my union sister, president of the AFT, Randi Weingarten. Woo!
Okay, Minnesota! So I know the hour is late, but this has been an amazing crowd, not only here, but all across America. Fighting for the promise of America, fighting for a democracy that works for all, fighting against kings or the prospect of them. Now, you know I'm going to be a little bit of a teacher, because once a teacher, always a teacher. So here's the social studies teacher coming out in me today. Democracy can feel like an abstract concept. Now, not to you, because today in Minnesota, this is what democracy is like. But, why do we say no kings? Because the only way the government acts for the people, listens to the people, responds to the people, solves the people's problems, is if it is a government of the people, by the people, and for people. That's why standing up and showing up, being in solidarity like millions of us are doing today is so important. It is the only way we can get the government to act in our interests, act in our kids' interests, act in working people's interests. It's the only way we can tackle housing costs and healthcare costs and child care costs and save our damn retirement. It's the only way we can rein in ICE and protect our students and our immigrant neighbors. The only way is if the government is for the people, not for billionaires, not for their cronies, and not for a president's self-interest. Donald Trump was elected because he claimed he wanted families to have a better, more affordable life. Instead, as so many have said on this stage today, he's made it harder. That is costing $1 billion a day. He tripled ICE's budget, but he couldn't find enough money to extend the ACA tax credits, so how many people across America are losing health care or paying through the nose for it? He couldn't fund Medicaid, so now rural hospitals are closing. He golfed at Mar-a-Lago while people were losing SNAP, and he's attacked universities and public schools that 90% of kids in America don't do, and doing all of this while Melania is trying to replace teachers with robots. And he chose to take on Minnesota. But Minnesota, through this brutal winter, you showed the way. Compassion for our neighbors, courage in the face of brutality, and solidarity, because we are braver and stronger when we are together. And let me say one more thing here. Solidarity also means taking on target. As my union did this week, this means this: America's educators will shop elsewhere, not Target, for back to school, because Target refuses to stand up to ICE. Donald Trump may pretend that he's not listening, but he can't ignore the millions in the streets today at more events than there are counties in America. We are a movement of many faiths and races, a movement across geography and demography. And Americans don't agree on everything, but we agree that we, the people, have to have the ultimate say, not the president, and sure as hell not a wannabe king. So as we are closing up today, let me ask you this: are you sick and tired of the lies? Are you angry about gas prices? Do you want a voice? Then no kings today and freedom tomorrow. No kings today, change the country tomorrow. No kings today, then we vote in November. We vote for a country that listens to its people, a country that acts for its people, a country that acts in hope and not fear. We vote for opportunity for all, not self-interest for some. That's what we mean when we say no kings, no crowns, no thrones. And let me introduce April Verrett from the SCIU.
Minnesota! Minnesota! Let me tell y'all something. Y'all are not just nice. Minnesota is patient. I am indeed April Verrett, and I am the proud president of the 2 million member Service Employee International Union. And I made it my mission to be here today because I gotta tell you all, this is my new crush. And I'm crushing hard on Minnesota. Minnesota, y'all got me all in my feelings because you don't just not back down. Minnesota stands 10 toes down. You stand 10 toes down for justice. You stand 10 toes down for community. You stand 10 toes down for democracy. And democracy is why we are here today, ain't it? It is because this is supposed to be a democracy, but it sure doesn't feel like one. It sure doesn't feel like one while working people are doing every damn thing we can and still falling behind. While the forces of exploitation and white supremacy stay busy crowning kings. They crown corporate greed so that the people doing the work struggle while the people at the top cash in. They've crowned systems that decide who gets access and who gets left behind and somehow try to convince us that it's fair. They've crowned power that operates without any accountability and tell the rest of us just to deal with their wars. Are we gonna accept that, Minnesota? No. Nah, we gonna call them on their bullshit. Because in a democracy, you don't get crowned. In a democracy, you don't get ignored. In a democracy, you answer to the people. You answer to the people. In Minnesota, right here, right now, are the people. In SEIU, we're talking about the three things that we're fighting for. Y'all ready? Yes. In SEIU, we are fighting for money, for power, and for respect. Money, because working people deserve more than to just get by. Power, because power doesn't just belong to the wealthy. It belongs to all of us. And respect, because too many of us feel like being treated like we don't matter, that's over. So yeah, we're fighting for money, power, and respect, and I might have to remind y'all, Javier know it. Back in the 90s, Little Kim said, money, power, and respect, what you need in life. Money, power, and respect, you'll be living right. Money, power, and respect, you'll be eating right. You can sleep at night. It's the key to life. So yeah, money, power, and respect. That's what no kings really means. It means rejecting a system where a few people get crowned while they rule over the rest of us. So I'll ask you, are we gonna let them keep their crowns? Are we gonna take back what belongs to us? Then say it with me, no thrones, no crowns, no kings, no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Let's go get it, Minnesota.
As you leave the event today, please make sure to stay on sidewalks and follow traffic laws, because roads will no longer be closed to traffic and marshals will not be escorting you back to the March kickoff sites. For those of you who need to board buses after the program, all buses will be parked in